Why, hello. Gosh, my lighting's terrible today. Let me fix that real quick. Is that better? Maybe. Maybe not. That might be as good as it's going to get for today. Unless I close the window. And I'd rather have it open. Well, the blinds. Can also try this a little bit. Nope. I think that broke the camera. Come on. You can do it, OBS. I know you can. I have faith in you. Come on. Hmm. Turn it off and on again. And plug it back in. Aha. Turn it off and then on again. Always works. There we go. White balance is still crazy. It's fine for now. All right. What are we going to get up to today? Happy Monday, everyone. We have a couple things. Make sure this is running. Okay, let's get these open. Okay, so we need to get this squared away. These need to be based on the same ratio of their parent element, right? We need to make sure they're also the same width. Get you over here. Board width is 4, and this is on the header. And let's just do this a little bit. So that is the same. I bet it's just the offset that looks a little bit wonky. Why email? It's Monday, so let's make sure nothing important is in here. No. Not yet, anyway. Not that one. Okay. Over here, we set the height of the whole thing to be 10% of the parent height. So over here, we need to do the same thing. Oops. There we go. And let's see if that'll line up everything correctly when we resize. I think it should. No. That's strange. I wonder if it's because this shouldn't scroll. Parent height of 10% of parent height. 10% of parent height. But where does header get put into? When we do a new edit bar, parent frame is this. And I bet it's because I don't think we need. We do, because we need this to be a column. That's why we put this in here, I think. Actually, this should just be, if we set this to grow, then theoretically it'll be the same, it'll be the full height of its parent. And then maybe this calculation works. No, it still doesn't. Why not? Frame 0. This is frame 3, which should look, yes, like frame 2 from the standpoint of how it fits into this window, right? Is it because what if we got rid of these? then it would line up. This would be a little bit broken, but that's fine. We would need to then come in here, which I like even better, actually, I think. We were just kind of manually padding it before, but that's probably a silly idea anyway. Because we could do... center, 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 center. Then everything goes and lives in there. There's a little bit of something still in there. But it's much closer now. Oops, this is width. This is height. And then I wonder if we have... Oop. It's interesting. Why did that change that? I saw the notification for the stream and came as quickly as I wanted to. That reminds me of... I bet you it's this. Do you ever watch the show Whose Line Is It Anyway? Yes, that is what it is. Margin accounted for that extra space. So if we do all that, it'll line up. More of the old zapper. There was a game on Whose Line Is It Anyway where they would like pick a random character, and the rule was that you had to say thank goodness you're here and then give the person coming in like a superhero name, I think is one of the ones they did, or something like that, right? There was like a theme to it. It was always something bizarre and weird, right? Good classic TV. Yeah. Ryan Stiles, just a comedic genius. All right, so growing that fixes that. Yeah, Column was good too. Yeah. It was like those two and always somebody, a couple other people. Who was the other guy that was on there a lot? Like there was one guy with glasses that was on every now and then. Wayne Brady. Also very, very funny. This is what I was doing. So if we do, we don't need any of this anymore. We need the border width, and we can just do center all is what it was. We do that. That should duplicate what we just did playing around. Brady was crazy good with rhyming. I think so. Okay, so there's a little bit of weirdness there, but now the bars stay close to one another, the top. There's just a little bit of something, and I wonder if there's something on the text box. Font size 21. There isn't. Could it be... How's column? %, 10%. Oh. If you use the right words, things work better. Oh, hello, BIMLab. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. How's things today? What are you working on? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Love that. So good. Now let's go ahead and we'll do a quick commit for this. Oh, I can't do that. Um, that pushed up. Maybe I said thank you too soon. Hi, BIMLab. Thanks for the raid. Maybe they had to go. Maybe they had to run. Raid and run. You know how it be. All right. Now that that lines up, we also want to... And let me get my mock-up open. And... Hey, Jazz. How you doing? Good evening to you as well. Let's see here. How's Jazz today? How was Monday? How's Ash? How was Monday? How's your bank holiday? So, got all distracted again. We got the layout for that. Happy with that. We're going to kind of boot this down the path just a little bit to actually implement the functionality because I don't want to save files just yet. Jazz is tired. What about you guys? I'm all right. You know, it's one of those days where I'm just frustrated with the world, but I get to play with code today. So it's a good day, right? Any day you get to write stuff is good. Helps to just fight against the annoying tendency of the world to just be the world. And Zoom is going to be hard. So I'm going to put that off because it's also going to be related to messing with this stuff a little bit. Let's get templates in first. And we're going to start with a layout, I think. We can do this, and I think these will end up moving actually down there. But that's probably fine. Something like that, maybe. So that we can have templates stored. And we got to figure out how we want to store those too. So it's going to be a chunk of work, but it'll be a nice break from messing with the grid. Let's save that. And then we're going to need to look at, well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's do first and foremost. Edit bar. It's going to be in here. Same old, can't complain. Well, that's good. this is what we're going to need to do. And what we can do here. That. And we'll do same thing here. Actually, no. This one will need to be a frame. Because we're going to need to put a couple things in here. But for now... I did that wrong. This goes on. This goes in here. Get over here. Launch you. All right, perfect. Love it. Now, let's go ahead. I'm going to break this out. This will be yeah, it's fine. In here, we'll do that. We can put you over here. And we can actually probably borrow a couple things because it's going to look similar to edit bar in structure. Except, no, I don't think we'll gain anything from doing that. We'll just do this is going to need a parent. And then it's going to return a frame. I don't think it will need anything else. We're going to bring this over here like so. This is going to become a new template bar. It's going to take editor main. This becomes parent. The end of this all, we're going to return that. This should look exactly the same as what we just had. Let's minimize that. Get this all organized a little better. Yes, same, excellent, love that. So now what we need to do is start to build it up. So this needs to be like the parent frame, and we can call it that. That takes up the whole bar so that we can do this. Put this in. And let's not call that parent frame because we already have parent. What do we want to call you? We want to call you... How did we do it in edit bar? We did call you parent frame, and it wasn't confusing over there, so I guess we're going to stick with that. At least I don't think it was. I don't recall being tripped up by it. So we have a header frame. Not that. Need to put a styler on it. This is the one. 100% width. 10% height. That's what text size did we use here? We're going to borrow that. $21. In here, we need So we can use this. We can just call you templates. I don't think I can set font or anything like that. That's fine. Do this. That, and we can do same size as we did over there. Then we're going to need this. This will need to be a column. Or the actual templates column. Templates section, sure. And then this will need not that. Styler. Like so. We'll just for now tell you to grow, that's fine. It's eventually going to need... No. The thing we put inside of here will need to scroll, this won't. This just needs to fill up the space. And then we can have... Well, I guess we could... Maybe we can get away without this. Let's find out. And then we're gonna need a button down here, a little bar for add new. Is how I had it. Put in a footer for, wow, that was weird. What's going on there? So, you put you in here, and then if we do, if we do this, will you just work? I wonder. Well, let's find out. I need to put a thing in you first before that would work. We also need to do the header frame is centered all. So why didn't you center? Because we put you in parent frame, not in header frame. Whoops. We need to put in here new template button. In here, center the button in there. We want this to also kind of look cohesive with our other footer though. Which button bar. We don't actually give you a size. How did we do? Okay. Let's do That's not what I want. Going to be a minimum of 100% width of the parents. I don't think, well, maybe 10 works of the height. Oh. Go. And the max are the same. And then we do that. Set type is... Oh gosh, what is the... Core. That's what it lives on. Button action. Okay. And then... I don't actually need to have that have a name just yet. Let's take a look at how that's shaping up and see if we broke the footer on the other side or not. Okay, so you did not go where I wanted you to. You did go in footer frame. Line self is styles end. It's because I didn't give you a, do that. We might not even need grow. Let's see if we can get away without that. Okay, good. But this is not going to go to the end. I believe this is why we had to deal with putting a frame inside the middle here, because frame 1. Because this overall, it won't justify itself to the bottom of this frame for some reason. Or not justify, but align. But if I then go over here and tell this to grow, then it lives down here where we want it to. Yeah, this comes with the same shrubs if we do that. I don't think we would need that though. But we might be able to just tidy this up while we're here. We're not going to though. We're going to leave that alone for a second. And do one thing at a time. Make sure this looks correct again. And we're going to... Yeah. This kind of gets a border, quote unquote, by virtue of having a scroll bar there, even though it doesn't scroll. What happened there? That was weird. We might revisit that. We'll see. Yep, there it goes again. How do I... Okay, if I try to side scroll, we're going to tidy this up. And I think what we're going to do is make this not scroll side to side. Like, if you need it bigger, you just got to make it bigger in the split. think that's going to make my life better. But we'll finish laying this out first, because we want to make sure that this lines up. And if we get rid of this, we're probably going to want a top bar and want them to look cohesively the same, right? So let's see, new template bars, that. So that's all good. Center splits there, and then the edit bar. Fantastic. Let's just go back over here. This, and we're going to have a styler for this as well. And this is going to be I'm going to 0 the radius on the border so it's square like all of our others. And then we're going to make the same thickness of border as the other bits and pieces. Okay, perfect-ish. Let's give it the... These are going to mess up giving this whole thing a border a little bit. But we want them because moving, right? Wonder if we can restyle them, but that's a later thing. Let's give you... I think I want the button to be a little bigger, but we can tweak that a little bit in a second. Let's do... Gosh, how did I just do that 2 seconds ago? Border width, that's what it is. Top. And we were using 4 for those. But we need to do that way. Let's get that relaunched. Make sure it looks reasonable. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's going to be not quite the same, but we can tidy that up in a minute. We could also make this a little shorter because our bottom bars don't need to be quite as big. This bar. What if we made you half the size, half the height rather, that you were? How would that look? Not quite. Split the difference. Call it a 7, maybe. Yeah, there we go. That's better. If we were to... We need to put our bar and templates up top, too. Take care of that real quick. Add a frame. Do that. Sure, everything's all lined up-ish. Yeah. Very good, very good. You can do all that. Now, let's do a commit for that. Do that. And then take a quick peek again real quick, just kind of organize what we want to do here at a reasonable resolution. Kind of. I kind of wonder if a bar here would look terrible or not. Let's find out. On the right. Kind of like that, actually. For that matter, we could actually just do... Is that not... Thought I didn't like that. Yeah, it's units.value. Is that not what I just had? Or am I losing my mind? Anywho. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think I want this one to be bordered out too. Let's do that. Let's do that. Are we still alive? I gotta look at the Twitch settings to see if there's a way for it to be a little more resilient. Because that wasn't like even a full outage, but it reset everything. I just had a little bit of packet loss. Obey VM. I aspire to be like you. Thank you. I would suggest you aspire to be better than me. Yeah, my experience with drag and drop, at least on the web, has been quite bad. It's a hard thing to implement, apparently. Right? Yeah, it might be. That's kind of why I had this little paint icon as a fallback, to where maybe you just like, if you're in paint mode, you click one and then you can click. Maybe that's easier. I don't know. We're just gonna have to kind of feel it out. we'll try to seek the good UX and, you know, see where we get to. Let's see here. I was trying to, before everything slowed way down there. Or just edit bar. That's what I was doing. We just give you in the up here, new edit bar, parent frame. Like so. Oh, right. Other way. I really don't like how the units API is different all over the place. It drives me nuts. Okay. Oh, I set radius, not width. Silly me. Okay. That comes up. Kind of like that. We'll see. See if I continue to like it or not. Okay. Let's do this bar over here. I want to be we probably don't want 21. Just make you a little bigger, maybe. Or maybe that's the same exact size. Probably something we'll want to drive off of a user configured variable at some point or something. But yeah, that's better. That's way better. For now, good. We probably want to do the same thing actually on these other buttons. Weird hairs on my keyboard. In edit bar for the button bar, let's bump your sizes up a little bit too before we move you around a little bit. Do we not have... It says this is inherited, so... Because we don't have stylus for each of those. But if we do that and it's inherited, then theoretically... Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. It doesn't look much bigger to me. If we do that... To actually do, if we do both places, that'll give us a way to compare the one that's explicitly set versus what should be inheriting, which doesn't appear to be. Yeah. But I think that's easier to see. Okay. Actually, there is another... What is the... Docs time? There's another way to set fonts, and I wonder if it works any different. Text. They've used size here. Style maybe. It's the weight. We don't want to change that. All right, we're just not going to worry about it. If it's not docked, my enthusiasm for digging through looking for the other way on a maybe, pretty low. We can just put a styler. If we could type the right words. Put a styler on each of them. Okay, that. What are the good resources from where I can learn Go? 1 second. And a cool, I'm sure I butchered that both times, and I'm sorry. Let me click a thing. Yeah. Maybe just a tiny bit smaller. Let's get you some resources real quick. There's 2 of them that are very good. Get these open. First of which is Exorcism. And I'll drop you a link. And I'll drop it in both chats. This one, you can learn lots of different languages. It's free. You want to make sure that you get languages that have a learning mode. If you're just learning, this is going to help you to start easier. Go has a learning mode. Do the learn section first. This is going to walk you through some really basic stuff to start with, and it starts getting more and more complex, right? And then once you get done with this, you can either go off and do your own thing and then come back, you know, periodically for practice or whatever. Practice is going to have more challenges, and it's going to include the tutorial stuff as well, but do them first in separate. Man, I live 1440p, but it sucks for streaming. What do you mean? The other thing that you can look at is roadmap.sh, and I'll drop you a link for that, and I'll put it in both chats. This is more general, like, resources, right? If you, there's questions, there's best practices. If you want to be, I don't know if there's Go on this one. I don't see it. I might be overlooking it. But if you want to be a backend dev or learn more about backend development work, you can look at this, and all of these will give you like steps to say, okay, these are some good fundamental stuff. If you click on these, they have free resources and they have premium resources. And all of this stuff is just places you can go and you can learn more, right? And there is a dedicated Go roadmap here as well. So lots and lots of things that you can look at. The text, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. You're very welcome. Good luck. Also, find yourself some friends that like to code if you can. It's hard. It's tricky, but it'll help. It's not required. It'll just help. The texts get too short for mobile viewers, so streamers have a choice to increase the text size for them as many viewers use mobile. Gotcha. This is as big as it's comfortable for me. So, how long have I been coding in Go? I almost 2 years every day at work in my last job. And before that, I did a couple projects in it at the job before that. And then before that, I started learning it a little bit. So like 3, maybe 4 years probably all together, kind of spread out. Let's see here. So let's actually, if we kick you down just a tad, is it better? Because there's more buttons over there. Yeah. No, this was the wrong one I was looking at. Profile picture is my face. That's still good for template. I still like that. Let me just grab that, put it over here. Get this. Launch that. Yeah. Think. It's weird that cancel looks almost like a different font, but it shouldn't be. That's fine for now. We can polish that up a little bit later. Let's just do that. Let's just do a quick commit here for get those pushed up. I wonder if there's a, just thinking about what Hyper Ultimate was saying, I wonder if there's a way for me to not have my text be gigantic and completely unusable for me, but to zoom it in for mobile viewers. I wonder if that's... I'll have to look into that. Anywho, this... We need to fix up edit bar. Specifically in new edit bar. Do you have any life lessons for a fresher like me who is going to graduate with a computer science degree in 2 months and is looking at the current job market for programmers? I mean, I'm in the current job market too. I got laid off from my last job. It's just hard out there, man. In general, just, you know, what I do is I just keep applying, and I try to stay positive. I try not to let all the nonsense that is the current hiring market, and it's going to probably be different for you. Like, based on your name and the fact you said fresher, you're probably in India. So I don't know what the Indian job market looks like, right? But I just try to stay positive. And if you have to do something else to pay the bills, that's fine. You can totally do that. Like, you got to take care of you, right? And keep applying while you're doing that, and keep working on projects while you're doing that. And that's the biggest thing I encourage people to do, is to work on projects don't get stuck in tutorial hell, right? A project that is your own thing that is more complicated than a tutorial to-do app is going to teach you a million times more things than anything else. And if it's something that you actually want to build, it's going to help keep you motivated to keep working on those problems, because it's going to get hard. You're going to run into problems. You're going to not know how to do things, and you're going to have to problem solve through them, right? And that's all of programming. That's how it works. So having that project that makes you do that is going to be really, really valuable. Don't forget, you got my luck for this week. I can lend it to others afterwards if needed. All right. That's a good plan. We're on the Jazz Luck timeshare plan here. I hope you're exceptionally lucky if we're going to go with this. What is going on with my... Every so often, the tooltip is like freaking out. Gremlins. All right, so we need to fix up this stuff. I am, and so will you. Okay, excellent. If we can get... Okay, we had to do this still for the other one as well, because otherwise it wouldn't push it down. Okay, that's fine. But we made this one just directly scroll. I wonder if that's part of the issues we had with getting things to scroll correctly. What if we did... not here, because we have header right here, which somehow got squished in. What if we did this? We put a styler on here. And then tell you to grow. I think that's all we need for you. And then you go into form wrapper. We can still store you and whatever else. That's perfectly fine. You're still a direction column. You still have the gaps. Oops. Let's get this. We need some different tunes here real quick. Specifically, I need this to be a bigger window because Spotify changed their UI a number of years ago to be more like TikTok, and it made it awful. There we go. All right. Well, that is odd. Why did you disappear? Nothing should have changed except for you just go into an additional frame. Ah, right. Okay, I see. For some reason, you're tiny, and then overflow scroll takes over. I think that's why we didn't do it this way. And you're probably tiny because overflow scroll is set, so you don't have a defined size. So that's probably why we did it this way. Because it needs to fill up that space, and then it needs to scroll. Yeah. Okay. Fine, be that way. We do need to kill the horizontal scrolling, though. We don't want that to be a thing. I think I closed my docs for some reason. Not that. This. Oh, let's see. No. Scroll. This search bar sucks. Would you be in style? Or would you be in this link inside of style? That I don't know where actually lives in the tree? This looks... close to what I remember seeing. There. Overflow X, so... if we set instead of overflow.set, we do overflow.y. Is that how that... yes. There. Okay, perfect. We have a wonky little overflow on this now, which is bizarre, but okay. We'll have to track down that. This also got put into a weird place. We need to... we'll do that in a second. Let's figure out why... why would the center be in map widget? But it wouldn't be. It'd be this frame. 90/100. That shouldn't matter. Does this need a styler? And then Tell this to grow. Just fill up the whole center. That's so weird. Okay, that didn't do anything, so we'll take it back out. And instead, let's see here. Why would that have caused? What if we did this? No, it doesn't really seem to matter. Let's see what that was. Survey for an application? Fill it out after you send me the rejection letter. How about that? Bit early. Let's see here. It's almost like something is getting pushed out too far. And these split bars are consuming the space, right? Kind of what it looks like. But this is definitely a scroll bar on the center frame. I also wonder... Looks like auto is the default, and it seems to default to a scroll bar. If we were to... Let's just kick this down even further, just before we go down this route. To give it lots of room to figure itself out, maybe. Yeah, same. Okay. Let's put that back, and then... Let's actually put this back. Overflow hidden. If I force you at the center split's parent level, then that goes away. Okay. Weird that I need to do that, but I wonder if I'm masking another problem. That's my worry. Like, it seems to be behaving correctly, but... There's obviously some kind of padding or something that's allowing the Wonder if there's a documentation in the split widget on that. Splits. Styles. I don't. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So we probably want to explicitly set that this needs to be in a row. And it's just a direction same. Not column. Silly. Row. But I didn't take out. Let's comment you real quick. That puts that back in. It's almost like, can we see the little don't seem to be able to. It would be on the split object itself. Scroll bar width, maybe. Let's do that. What if we took you down to half? Doesn't seem to have changed that. Gap. Is that in any way related, I wonder? I don't think that changed either. Wonder if I would need to do that. I don't think that did much, if anything. Oh no, it ate my border. And this was 0.5 by default. And now it's not. Smells like Inspector Jank to me. Is there anything on this guy? Yep. What if we set that to half? Don't think that really did anything. What if we did something crazy and just said 0? Oh. Well, that fixed that part. Oh, it's just because it's still there. It's just hiding, I bet you. Because it's 0, right? And it seems to have been... It propagated it down to the children as well. Okay. Interesting. Let's put you back. Overflow visible. Contain. Didn't do much. What if we did... not that. We put a border on it for testing purposes. Don't really see it. Okay. How much if any of the borders us from its element? That should be nothing, theoretically. Okay. Scrollable unfocused, but... Huh. Changing that didn't really do anything to... that layout. I wonder... Okay, here's an idea. Is it... It's set abilities. And then... What happens? Nothing. But it was set on the parent. So let's see if we set it at the split object, split widget. Still nothing. Okay. That was what it technically called it. Maybe there's a difference that it... Maybe you get All or nothing. No. Okay. Just for the sake of thoroughness, we'll put one here as well. What's going on with you? Oh, you just scooted. Live there, little chat window, so I can still see you. Okay. Nope, still scrolling. Okay. I guess. Let's just delete that. Uncomment that. I guess we're just gonna do this and hope that I'm not shooting myself in the foot. It's really just a wiggle, but, you know. We're going to change that in eventually anyway so that you can scroll beyond these bounds. It's just, bizarre. I guess we could do a repro, minimal repro on it. Do I want to? Probably. Let's finish what I'm doing here first, though. Speaking of what the heck am I doing here? I am. Now that this has none of that, it needs to have the top border like the other side to be kind of samey same, right? Look all nice and symmetrical. That's going to be on button bar. And just do that. And then yeah, I like that, I think. Symmetry is overrated. Oh no, you're one of those. You're one of those asymmetry is interesting people. I forgive you. You're wrong, but I forgive you. All right. I'm reasonably happy with that. Let's do that. Yeah. Do not scroll. Edit bar horizontally. Don't let center of split scroll either. Well, why do you think the entire internet works primarily on asymmetrical ciphers? That's different. Math can be asymmetrical, especially encryption math, cryptography math, because I don't look at it. Because it's even more complicated than that, right? What is it? The Diffie-Hellman that drives TLS is you can't reverse engineer. You can't get one of the keys from the other. Like they don't actually exchange the key themselves. They exchange a representation of the key that works mathematically as the key, but isn't the key. Math stuff, man. Don't let center split scroll either. And what else did we do in this one? We gave buttons in button bar a top border for symmetry. All right. Now, let's do a minimal repro for the split thing. Forget to tell it not to. Oh, I did. It was already set. Awesome. And no, I'm going to do this one. It is, first of all, we need something like that. And this is that's what I wanted. Pull this in. No, I've forgotten it. All right, that's fine. What's your path? Oh, that's right. Because you're Cogent Core, you don't hang off of GitHub. Am I going nuts? I swear to God, my code did not work. Did a full circle after 2 hours. Same code as in the beginning. Everything works. I mean, let's not completely rule it out that you're going nuts, but sometimes it do be like that. Is it run main window? I think it's run main window. It is run main window. No git changes, nothing. Was there some kind of caching or something? And then I'm going to pull this over so I can cheat, steal off my own work. Over here. we need you can go off of B, that's fine. Like so. Tell you to grow to full-sized winder. You're a row, always and forever. And then... Not that, it's, holy cow. I have a function stuck out. There we go. I thought I was going nuts just for a second there, too. I swear that's where the 0 key lives. Usually. Okay, so... we need to now do first frame. You go into split frame. Styler. And then you... Actually, we did... For the parent frames... No, wait. Not for you. I've read done this wrong again. You are that text goes in there. Then the second this one we do actually this one needs to be the most like what we have here. You just need a frame inside of you that's bigger, so we'll just tell you to grow. And then you like this. Except for that's not width. If you're 200 by 200 and then you get that. And then we'll do... Actually, we don't care about the name. Like that. Blink if I'm being held hostage? Are you trying to say I'm not blinking? And then, call you last frame. Like so. And this will be also a grow, so that it takes its full. Center all's fine. We'll put a text in there. Like that. If we run that, let's see if we get the same broken behavior. We don't. Crap. That means I'm missing something. Wait. We do. We have two scroll bars. Doesn't show it very well, though. How do we want to fix this to show better? Let's not center you first and foremost. Let's make you just a little smaller. And then if we were to tell our center frame not to, it's still kind of hard to see, but oops. Now I don't see. Right, okay. It's because we would need frame in a frame. Or would we? Would that make sense or no? In the real code, we have the center split. Is it just because... Oops. Helps if you put it inside of the braces. Would that fix my trubs? I need to do that. Okay, they're still there. That makes sense. We probably do want this to grow. Just so that the center holder is always the full width and height. But let's go back to our minimal here. Something else must have changed. I mean, you can still see them. It's just harder to see when there's no content, right? Things get real funky. Like now you can see it. And I think, yeah, if you scroll all the way to the right, there's like a scroll bar inside of the scroll bar. But then this is where we had, not that. Oh, the other thing we need to do, and I think it's set. Because we got a full page scroll there. Oh, you know what? Go back to this. Yeah, we don't get a full scroll. Where did that get set? This right here on the root. In this case, it's the pager. Which is the new pages. That might, maybe that's related. But theoretically, we should be able to do this too. Launch you. Except for you're not behaving. Oh, you need to go on too. There, I think. No, still? Is it because of this? No? Now I'm even more confused. Let's go back to that. Let's take that out since it shouldn't. It wasn't in there before, I should say. And now we're back to working correctly, except for... Maybe I need... Maybe this is related. Then this is... column. And then we'll do... Okay, so... You should be scrolling. Let's not center that. But now you don't work. Let's compare this to what I'm doing real quick. Back down to... Center split is set to grow. Overflow is hidden. That's fine. We're doing it without that for a second. It's because I'm an idiot. That's usually the reason, right? Center frame Center menu, that's correct. Wait, no, I am not an idiot. I'm correct. It's just that this needs to have this. Not that. Needs a style. This gives it the area that it lives in, right? Like so. And then this goes into that. And then we put this on this when it works. That one rerun. Still done something wrong here. You go into that. And then everything becomes invisible magically, which is not ideal. This doesn't need to grow. No, it does. To be like what I have. This grows so that it fills up the split area. Center menu goes into the center content area. No. I've got this confusing myself. This goes in the center frame still. Then the content area. So we make the middle frame. We put the menu in there. The middle frame grows to encompass its parent split area. Middle frame with the menu bar has the stuff. Give you a border just so you stand out better. In fact, we'll do that for all of these to help. Hey, how you doing? Pretty good, man. How about you? This will help to delineate where they actually are. And we're going to use that. Because especially when it's all white on white, it's hard to see. Okay, there we go. Now, it's a little bit wonkier than what we have. It's closer though. Why are you... That does not grow, I think. Nope, I'm wrong. That does have to grow. Maybe it's a center frame that needs to not... Maybe that's messing things up. And maybe that's the case in both places. Don't grow that. Let the others just figure themselves out. I forgot to put you back on... Wait, I must have taken it off of... What did I do? Center frame. Center frame should grow. No. Center content should grow. Center frame will let you work yourself out. Because you're the split parent. Internal center is the one that's just set to be bigger. Right. So in the real code, that's still center frame, or it's center split. And we do the menu off of that. Correct. And we do the map widget, which is this, which is set to grow, and then we put the things inside of it. Yes, okay. This is the thing that should be... the scroller. This is just bigger because it's taking the place of the things we put inside of it. There we go. Perfect. And then it's got this tiny little wiggle box. We forgot to put our border on the last frame just to help kind of split it out visually. And then the center frame overflow hidden should fix it, right? Yes. And then if we did you really just need to be slightly bigger to illustrate what's going on here. Perfect. Okay. Center that up nicely. And then if we take that out, actually a little confused as to why center split is actually working for us, because it didn't get set. It must be wrapping. We should do that explicitly just because. Make sure that didn't break anything in the real app. Looks good still. Okay, so if we start with this, without the overflow hidden commented, we get 2 scroll bars. We see the bottom wiggle bar and the shadowed sidebar. Uncomment this. Oops, I ran debug. That's fine. I lied. It's going to take forever to compile as build as debug. It's going to run you. Perfect. Fixes it. Life becomes immediately happy again. All right, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick, and then we'll write a bug for this and let them worry about fixing that. And yeah, I'll be right back. All right. Oh, I've left my water over there on the other table. There we go. Or on the counter, rather. So let's do a bug. Take a look at what's going on here. It's all unrelated. Okay. Get there. GitHub open here. Issues. Actually, let's double check. This table. Doesn't seem related. Oh, they're looking to add dock widgets eventually. That would be really, really sick, actually. Huh, okay. Interesting. All right. I don't see anything in there. It's probably not. It's probably new. Boog. Three pane. Three. What do they call these? I guess we could just call them three frame. Yeah. Or we just say split content spacing issue. Let's call it that. And let's grab the example code and chunk it in there right quick. I left you commented, right? No, I didn't. Crap. Should be you, I believe. Actually, we can do... Nope. Make sure I got the right one there. Nope, I did not. I got the wrong one. Wait. That's the only overflow hidden. What happened? Yeah, okay. I don't know what I did. Just a second ago that got weird behavior, but we'll roll with it. Copy you. And make sure we put you in here correctly. Nope, nope, nope. Commented, yes, perfect. I should actually... let's do this. Well, these ones are self-explanatory, probably. Like so. But that's actually this one. All right. Hopefully that makes it a little easier to orient inside of here. We have here. Don't care about that, thank you. So. Can be fixed, we'll just say, by setting overflow of the center to be hidden. I worry that I'm masking some other issue. Worry that I may be masking some other issue. Oop, I keep saving. Run example code. Scroll in center to see 2 scroll bars for outer and inner frames. Uncomment the let's say uncomment line 49. Nope. 31. To hide overflow in the center frame. Rerun code. Only one set of scroll bars. Works nice. There we go. All right. Now, let's go back to what we were doing. Now, we can leave those. That's fine. Everything should be working now. Seems to be good. Let's do, I think those are the only 2 changes. Yes. Let's go ahead and make sure we save them. Explicitly set the direction and set grow for the center split. It's wicked cloudy outside today. I wonder if it's going to rain. It's making me feel like I've got like lazy Sunday vibes, but it's not Sunday. %23 chance of rain, they say. Supposed to be windy tomorrow. That sucks. Oh well. Why am I building a game engine in Go? Because I wanted to. What is the goal? To build a game engine in Go. It sounded like a fun project, so I decided to do it. All right. The next thing, let's get tabs in. That's what we can do for the layout here. Close that window. Let's get you have tabs, I'm pretty sure. If not, this is going to be a real big issue. Yeah, tabs. There we go. First, second. Okay. So we could do something just like that. In here. And then let's do... Let's put you... And then you take a parent, which is a tree node. Pull this down here. Return that. And then... Nice, I'm going to sleep, but I'll subscribe to you to check your projects later. Good luck. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Have a good night. And then we can just do header parent frame. And then we can do the same thing here for the footer. And the button lives in there as well. And we can handle our on clicks and all that in there. Like so. Now, this should look exactly the same. Oops, that's not the right window. And everything looks the same. Fantastic. Love that. Now, the tabs we need to just put in. We can put them in here. It's probably fine. We'll pull them out if it gets messy, like we just did. In fact, we're probably, yeah. Well... Let's just do it here. We'll get her done and then we'll reorganize. It'll be fine. You need to now be a new tabs. Or do you? Let's find out. New tab first. That's fine. Second, and then they did this needs to be, what do you return? Frame and a tab. We'll do like dated and ignore the tab for now. Tab. And then second, set the text. Just borrow their example code to make sure that this looks correct. By golly, that looks pretty decent to me. I wonder if we can... Icons, tabs. Use your editable tabs. We don't want that. Don't want to have closable tabs either. Navigation auto, I don't want that. I wonder if I can just do... Let's do this for the hex of it real quick. If I do... this... Will they be like a 50-50 split? Not really, but that is interesting. What if you were just slightly... Then you would go next to one another. Interesting. Or we could do... just on the X. And then you look like there's no other options but for those two, and I kind of like that. I'd like, though... for you to have... set horizontal. Just give me just a little horizontal padding. Get them kind of squished in just a teeny tiny bit. A little better. A little teeny tiny bit more. Perfect. And then... to kind of keep in theme with our square buttons. We'll 0 the radius on the border. I like that a great deal. What do you... tabs. Like so. Put you in here along with y'all. Clean that up. Don't need that. Like so. That should look exactly identical. Except for I forgot to... That, we'll change the name in a second. And it does. Now we can start with... This will be... guess we just call you tabs. Oh, no, it's taken. Template tabs. This. Is it just me or did the sound said bye-bye? I didn't say bye-bye. Oh no, you broke it? Let's see here. Do I have you? You're over there. There we go. Find myself needing more screen space. It's more. Let's see here. Let's get these cleaned up a little bit. Refer back to the mockup here. We got rooms, we got connections. So we're going to call you Rooms tab. But this is actually a frame. Rooms tab frame. Rooms tab. I guess we can spell it right if we really feel like it. And then you are connection tab frame. Connection tab. And we'll give you the appropriate name. Like so. Now, aside from the text, we should all be good still. Looks pretty good to me. Except the connection tab has the same misspelling. Did I do it? Ah! I don't remember if I've talked about this or not before while you were here, but I semi-recently got a new keyboard. I got a split keyboard, and I'm still learning how to type again, and it's kind of driving me crazy. I'm slowly getting back to where I was with a normal keyboard, but I've gone far enough down this split keyboard path that I now suck at regular keyboards as well. I suck at both. Like I can still use a regular if I'm like on my laptop, but some of the buttons are different places, and I'm getting better slowly at transitioning as well, but like I'm still in this weird limbo period of just I can't type anymore. It's an adjustment. I got one like 3 years ago. Yeah. What kind did you get? All right. That's my advantage is that I have a regular keyboard at work and split at home, so I regularly practice both. Yeah, I semi-regularly practice because, like when I'm gaming, I still use the regular keyboard, right? Because screw that. um, I would have to like remap spacebar or something to delete. I got a Moonlander, forget the actual company name. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Moonlander. I looked at them. But yeah, I would have to remap spacebar for jumping in every game ever, right? To like delete or something to put it in the right place for WASD. And I thought about doing that and just getting used to it, like full sending the split. But then I was like, no, because I already have a hard enough time like connecting spacebar to the other hand always. I don't want to mess with myself. So, and if I'm typing like in a game chat or something, then I use the regular one. So I semi-regularly practice. The only people I met using split keyboards are Arch users. I don't know if that goes hand in hand. My gaming computer runs Arch, by the way. I have spacebar on left thumb, so it's the same. Nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got a Kinesis. I was an Arch user, but I moved beyond. There's a beyond for Arch. Gentoo? Are you recompiling your kernel right now? Linux from scratch? Gentoo is for suckers. Nixos. Ah, gotcha. Okay, I've heard a lot of good things about Nix, but I haven't messed with it. You configure your entire OS and user profile using a programming language. Yeah, don't you like effectively rebuild it by changing the config files and like rerunning? I feel the pull of Nix. Like it sounds like a cool idea and it sounds interesting. In the same way though that I feel the pull to like NeoVim and stuff, or a really basic text editor, but I don't want to invest the time in mucking with it. Main difference is I don't recommend switching to Nix unless you specifically want the features. Yeah. Like anymore, I just want to use the computer to do things like make stuff. Yes, changing anything means a rebuild of the OS, but it gives you a very smooth rollback because the old build remains around. Gotcha, until garbage collected. Yeah. And to my understanding, that's like its main feature is that it's reproducible. Like if you and I have the same config, we effectively have the same system, right? It's a big learning curve and a large upfront investment. Yeah. I like how you just blew Jazz's mind though. So here's the plan, Jazz, right? Here's your arc. And it's just going to happen now because you've been hanging out with us so much. You're going to learn Rust and you're going to be managing pointers. And then you're going to just one day wake up and you're going to be like, man, I really need Arch. It also means that I can have a different set of tools and compilers and stuff in each shell, even in each directory I enter. Gotcha. Nice. Which is super handy for projects on different toolkits. Like I don't have a Go compiler unless I enter my Go project. Yeah. I bet you that's really nice for like Python environments too, right? You probably don't even need to VNV. You probably don't. Or do you? Does it play funny with Pip? Let's see here. Oh no. My internet is in the process of sucking. I can have different versions of stuff in a different directory. Nice. I have to learn Rust and use pointers, please. No. It's not that you have to. You're going to want to. It's just going to happen. You're just going to wake up one day and you're like, I need Rust in my life. Don't worry, Rust doesn't have pointers unless you're an unsafe code, which you should mostly ignore. I thought it did have pointers. I must be misremembering. Let's do a commit for this since we got things roughed in. Let's clear that so it's not a mess anymore. I looked into Rust and now C# feels like kindergarten. Yep. One day you just wake up and go like, ugh, this coding stuff is too simple. I need to make it harder. I need Rust. It's how it happens. It is. You're like, man, I haven't cried in at least 2 weeks. It's like me when I eat a pizza without hot sauce. I'm like, ugh, this pizza doesn't hurt enough. Hot sauce and spicy things are one of those the like the messed up things about humans, right? Where plants develop this chemical warfare to stop themselves from being eaten, and then we go eat that for fun, right? Unfortunately, I get the reference, so Rust it is. You could also do Go. I'm just saying, it's an option. If you do, you won't want to write anything else, probably. You know, you'll hate C# overnight, but I mean, sacrifices, right? Spicy food is one of those things where the rest of the animal kingdom looks at us askance. Well, wasn't there like a Mythbusters episode where they tried spicy food on sharks and they don't have any receptors for it? They didn't care? Or was it something, was it not Mythbusters? Was it something else? I can't remember now. I swear I've seen some educational program where they tried to feed sharks spicy meat. If I fail, I just become a scrum master. I mean, you can't really fail exploring, right? Yeah, and Sean Woods did it with mice and rats. Oh, how did that work out? Do they have receptors for it or no? I'm also not familiar with Sean Woods. There was that joke headline, Parrot learns to ask how's the project going, gets promoted to project manager. Right? Oh, apparently Sean Woods just has a lot of mousy friends because he's got a mousetrap as his featured video. Mousetrap from China, ground squirrel trap. Seems for the most part that mice and rats seem to just ignore that the food is spicy and eat it anyway. Huh. Do they still have like the physiological reaction where they like the nose runs and they tear up and all that? They sweat. I don't know. Probably mice don't sweat, maybe, but this guy is like Mark Rober's Squirrel Arc, but with mice, and it has consumed his life. He does mousetrap and pest control videos. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weird, interesting stuff out there, right? I don't think so, as I remember. Huh, interesting. And I guess he likes to grow giant watermelons and tomatoes, too. I love the internet. There's so much weird stuff out there, right? And you don't know that you wanted to watch people try to build a better mousetrap until you see them. And you're like, actually, I'm into this. This is fun. All right, that is taken care of. Next, we need to figure out how we're going to store these. Yeah, on the whole, he's got quite a wholesome channel, especially considering the material. Right. I mean, like, there's an implied, end to this goal. But like, also, I mean, they are pests, right? All right, so we need to put this in a format and store it somehow. Currently, message broker. Because these guys are siblings, we could use the structs from Edit Bar. That would make a great deal of sense. We would need to know how to put them a place and how to load them, but that's not terrible. We can just marshal them to JSON, unmarshal them, right? Easy peasy. Maybe, theoretically. Let's look before I go too far down that path. Unrelated, but I saw a chuckle meme the other day that's stuck with me. RSVP to an invite. Unfortunately, I'm unable to want to attend. Right? The JOMO, the joy of missing out. Very relatable to me. I think all of us here find that relatable. And right now we're just loading map widget. I think loads you. No, doesn't. We load you here, which does live in here. It's up here. You masochists, I gotta go. Mongoose, in case someone should reach out to you work-wise, I press both my thumbs for you. for extra luck. Awesome. Appreciate it. Guys, have a wonderful day, night, and a wonderful week. See you on Friday. You do the same, Jess. Have a great week. Don't let the rust bite. I will be sending out a longer mail tomorrow, lay down some details of what it looks like, and we'll take it from there. All right, cool. And be productive, right? You first. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it'd be awesome. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? That's just life. I'll keep an eye out. I got a bunch of stuff I got to do tomorrow. Some super secret squirrel stuff that should be cool and fun, but also like normal, boring. I need to do laundry. I need to clean, you know. Very low effort, so worth a shot even with a low chance, right? What was I doing? Yes, I was looking at this. We load you, and we just have the editor test map because we have you pointing to a duplicate right now, which I put map widget laundry. For me, it's like washing 2 hours, drying an hour, folding and putting away 7 to 10 business days. Well, one of the nice things about being a nomad, right? You have a finite amount of space in anything that you can put on the road. So like stuff that I don't wear, and I have some of it still, but a lot of stuff that I didn't wear went to Goodwill right away. And I should do like another pass. There's stuff in there that I haven't worn and probably won't. That should go to a good home, right? But it really helps you to streamline the amount of crap you have, and then the amount of space you have. Like, there's just no place to put anything except for away. So it really helps you to be organized because it's gonna be in your way until you fix it. Same with like doing the dishes, right? I gave away literally half of my dishes just because I had bought a set a million years ago. And then Amazon mistakenly shipped me somebody else's box, and I hit them up on support and I was like, hey, I didn't order this. And they're like, oh, oops, well, keep them. I'm like, okay, cool. I gave away half of them just because I don't have room. And I have a smaller sink now than most houses do. So, and between smaller sink and fewer dishes, like, you just do the dishes. Otherwise, you don't get to eat tomorrow. So, no more procrastination there. I need to do more of that. I didn't even know how much crap I have, especially old clothes that I probably won't ever wear again until I had to move some months ago. Yeah. My initial gut feeling was like a couple boxes and my suitcase. Turned out suitcase, 2 backpacks, 3 large boxes, and I had to go back again with the boxes for a second run. Yeah. Just so much stuff just accumulates. I think the only thing that really... There were... that's a lie. There was a couple things that were hard to get rid of. And in general, it was hard to get rid of stuff because there's always this... like this thing that's programmed into us by the entire world that says the more stuff you have, the more you're winning, right? And it's not really like directly like that, but it kind of is. So I was giving away tons of stuff, selling a ton of stuff, and it felt like I was losing progress in life or something, right? It felt awful and weird. The biggest things that I hated to see go were like my huge, awesome desk and like my boxes of cables that I might need someday, right? Little things like that. But once I got rid of it all, I felt a lot better about it. And I've done like 2 mini purges since then. What got going on here? Okay. Where did I put you? EMAT config directory, server config. Ah. Okay. I put you here. That's fine. So in order for this to... Oh yeah, I can't check those frayed and broken RS-232 from 1987. What if my next computer has a serial port and I'm able to magically fix the cable? So funny story. I once worked for a racetrack and their timing equipment was all ancient and they had a heck of a time finding ribbon cables to replace one that broke. And I forget the exact details of it, but I know that it took them a long time and they were very excited when their second printer was finally working again. And there was another time where I had a friend of mine who had an older computer and he needed a Wi-Fi card for an older standard. And I happened to have one just laying around. And I was like, yeah, just come on over. And that was like the biggest win for the I might need it someday. Like I just had this old, I think it was N, wireless N card just sitting there. I was like, here you go. I worked for a supermarket chain in EU, Lidl, and their warehouses were similarly ancient. Yeah, even when newly built, they just don't want to update their hardware and software as long as it works. Yes. Which is, like, I get it, but also it's horrible, right? Because then you have to have piles of old crap laying around to fix the other old crap that breaks. And then you need COBOL developers. Okay, so if this only works, and it makes sense that it only works if it's next to the server and has access to the config files. Had this biggest win about 2 years ago. I always keep a spare belt in my backpack, even though I never needed one. Don't want to be in a situation where my belt breaks. I need to commute with my pants falling down. Well, my actually manager has had that happen to him and was like, I might be able to help. Nice. We're still laughing about it sometimes. Yep. Hey, you know, that is kind of a weird thing to have just in case, but like obviously it worked, right? I normally have weird stuff with me when I'm out and about that like if I'm going someplace, like if I'm going camping, like I bring the stuff that's likely to be forgotten, even though it's extra stuff and somebody else should have had it, like um like a mess kit, right? Like there's going to be paper plates there probably, but if there isn't, I'm going to be covered. And at least one other person will be as well, right? We'll make it work. I've always sort of just planned for like weird mistakes like that as much as possible. I don't think I've ever gone so far as to bring an extra belt, but I have been that person who had like a first aid kit with bandages handy when somebody, smashed their finger. Yes, okay. So this really only works when it's next to the server, which does make sense. Or like we need to support creating one from scratch too. That's a to-do thing still, but we can probably we don't want to put editor config inside of server config stuff. So let's just make it can go inside map editor. I got some weird looks from a CTO a few jobs ago when I was the backup administrator and I kept asking for us to try recovery in very weird scenarios and situations. I mean, the backup you don't test is kind of worthless, right? Because there will invariably be some weirdness. They called me too pessimistic when it came to backups and restores. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 100%, how likely is it that losing that or being unable to restore from that backup is going to literally end your company? In most cases, it's pretty high, right? What do we want to call you? We just call you templates. And then in here, we can do rooms. Connections. Yes, I was super convinced we were missing some crucial details if we wanted to recover from actual zero, like the building burned down. We did take the tapes out of the company every week into a bank vault, but only because it was corporate policy and they checked, right? Yeah. So I kept insisting we nuke our test environment, try to recover from nothing but the tapes so we see what's missing. And the response I usually got was, that kind of disaster probably won't happen to us. Right? I mean, that doesn't sound like a weird scenario to me. That sounds like the most important scenario to test. Well, maybe the second most. Most important is probably that your nightly backup can be restored. But like the full scorched earth restore, like that's a very important thing to test. I call it the luck-based backup, right? Maybe it was because the CTO knew that if it was ever that bad, that he'd be looking for a new job anyway. And then as part of you, not editor, no, not you. It's part of you. It's true you might never need a full from zero restore, but if you do need it, you really, really need it. Yeah. Yeah. This probably doesn't need to be exported. Until it does, we will leave it in. Load configs, sure, why not? And this can give us... Or do we want... Load room templates? Load connection templates? Maybe that makes sense. This will need to be... How did we handle this in map? We wrapped it. That's what we did. Anywho, it looks like you're winning this go, and I don't think I can contribute anything significant at this stage, so I'll go and do my ablutions, then bed. Got a full day of meetings tomorrow. Oof. Well, good luck with the meetings. Have yourself a wonderful night. And, like, just so you know, like, you're always welcome to hang out if you don't, even if you don't contribute anything significant to the code, like, you just hanging out and being here, and everybody just hanging out and being here is, you know, awesome. So, like, that's plenty of support and contribution. So in map widget, we wrapped it, and maybe we'll do the same thing here. That does make a degree of sense. And it can just wrap a frame, that's fine. And then have within itself, we probably do want a log. And let's say room templates, which is going to be a list of should this take over this from edit bar, I wonder? Because they need to use the same thing ultimately. We might want to do that. Or should it live in a third place? Tile edit struct. No, this can use edit bar because edit bar kind of controls the editing, so to speak. And well, yeah, it controls like the form. But it wouldn't have to. How do I want to do this? Because it doesn't really own that concept. In fact, it gives it to, or it calls map ultimately to make the changes, right? And in fact, we're going to end up putting a message into the bus for the map to do either a new tile or an update tile. In either case, it's going to take a pointer to a tile. Because this gets applied to, or the form data gets applied to the tile, and then we write that. And maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should do something else. Actually, hang on. Am I confused? Because map widget is involved here. Update tile. It takes tile update. Okay, yeah. And then we take this. We create a new tile struct on the fly. And then we call update, giving it, okay, yeah. And map widget is what holds the reference to the map, so that makes sense. But you effectively want to put, just do that real quick so it stops complaining. If we do what would I call this though? If I wanted to extract it, could do that. I would clean some of this up, which would be kind of nice. And then what this would do if effectively is just have these and send signals theoretically well, that's the other question is how are we going to get this to map? Because we have an on-click listener, but that's going to look like a select unless you're in paint mode. And then drag and drop. Let's look at the drag and drop docs here. Where were you? Thought table maybe? Drag and drop. Which I don't know where you actually live. Okay, but click, double click, context menu, hover, long press key. Shortcuts, change, input, focus, set focus, show, close, defer. Must mean that the drag and drop lives over here. Drag start, drag move, drag leave, drop. On top of a target element. So instruct should be drag drop. Type drag drop. Data from the source of the drag, typically a MIME data encoded representation. External drop. I got the drop receiver. An accepted drop should set this to itself, so source, if internal, can see who got it. Okay. I think this still works. We would just listen for the event on the button instead of using our message bus. We would just listen for it, and then data should theoretically go. And then we could... I wonder if I should be using their built-in event system instead of the message bus. That might be a thing we look at. There's more to this than I thought. To the events they got going on here. I just saw custom event up there, which kind of got the juices flowing. Oh my gosh, can't stop yawning. I think this still makes sense. I think this still... So, if we had... If we pulled this out into a third place... Just trying to avoid circular imports in the kind of the initial design of this, right? Because that's going to be a problem that'll come up if we're not careful. And maybe even if we are, who knows, right? But the... This takes tile and returns tile update data. Where else do we use tile update data in edit bar? We use it here. Use it there just to put it in there, but here where we create it, and there. The select the tiles updated data. Gets put into there. Button bar is where this gets used, essentially. It's possible that this just should be rethought in general, too. Because it kind of grew up over time, and it might be time to slim it down. But we'll look at it first. So we have the update data. Where does this tie into the form? Ties do it here. We set the struct to update data. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And then button bar, when we apply a thing, if this has been set to update, which we do on the form change, we send the update data over with the update. This is a map widget. Let's close that so we don't get confused. Update tile just pulls out the update data and we're okay. Yeah. That's the only thing we really care about is the form. We keep the like we keep the form separate and we store a reference to the tiles widget. But we make sure that we have a form. And then selected tile. Do we even need this anymore, I wonder? This just creates that if it doesn't already exist. We create a new one if you are nil. This is the part that I'm confused about now as to whether or not we still need. Tile form element, child by name. Select the tile's form name. Why did I do this? This is because when we select a tile, we don't know for sure if it's well, no. Because refresh. Does refresh call this still? We know if it's a new selection because we call clear up and run. But if refresh, yeah, it sets like the, okay. But if we're just going to rebuild, which you probably just should, we recreate you. What if I just do this? Just recreate it. It's fine. Let's run that and see. We rebuild everything else anyway. That's why, because this that's it. Because we re-add it to on a reselect specifically. That's the problem you're solving. The the form adds itself. But should it? This seems like there's a path to clean this up. And reduce complexity, which is always a good win, right? And instead of doing all this, what if we were to set selected? That makes sense still. If this tile is nil, we make a new one to hold the place. If it already existed, we make sure we clear the new flag and do that. We rebuild the data struct underneath. What if select tile that. Ah, I know why. Because we want that to go away when we don't have stuff, right? Otherwise the layout gets funky. So that's part of it. That's why we're doing this, to figure out if it's already there or not. If it's not, we create it. If it is, we'll just reuse it. The select tile is not nil, and our form isn't nil. Tile form dot name. What if instead of all this? Because we rebuild everything anyway. If we did... delete the children. Don't bother with this. Don't bother with this. Just make it. Don't bother with any of this. Just put it in there. And then here we could also do action table frame. Delete the children. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. If we're not going to use that. Wait a minute. What did I miss? I deleted one too many things, I think. Ah, it's because this is just the creation, right? Yes. But if we already deleted... if we already deleted all the children of the form parent, then we're good to just create this. We don't even need to delete them. And then we do all this stuff. Fantastic. Great. And again, this was all cleared. So we can just add the button at the end. Right? Am I crazy? So we select. If we reselect, everything's fine. If I cancel, everything's fine. Yeah, that's so much nicer. And then I don't have to do that. We do need that still. It's fine. And then we can clean up all this junk too. Let's get rid of that. I don't need that. I don't think. Oh. Put that back for just a second. That one we'll keep for just a second. Let's take a look at this. We didn't really do anything over here. It's fine. We'll just commit these separately. So yeah, no, again, I think we can get away with just and then we just need to make sure we build it. These stay. That's fine. That doesn't make sense to config. These are just topics. That's fine. Pretty sure. State didn't get saved there. That was part of why we did this craziness. Okay. That's why. But select a connection. It's because, okay, but Let's put this back for just a second. Oops. We still don't need these, though. Except that can't be true because this doesn't, we don't go through this. Select tiles. That's true. Oh yeah, that's for the map tiles around it. This shouldn't have anything to do with the state. We didn't find you. Then we do that. It's this. Update is update. Connection widgets. The update data. And you are where? No. Select the connections. Where does this get set into the UI? Where did I do that at? Connection table frame. It's set here in set selected tile. That must be what happened. Somewhere in here. This right here. That's what I missed. This needs to go in here. Delete the children. Recreate the frame. I think. If I was to do that, it would collapse them again. We would need to do this after this. That's why. Because this goes through everything. Right? Yes, range select connections. If it's a delete, we continue. Connection edit widget. We give it itself. This connection. State is this connection state. Set up the styler. Set up the on-click, all that good stuff. Still doesn't get expanded though. I also need to make sure that because this is yeah, it's in both places. Because this is set selected connection, this is set selected tile. All that builds correctly because we get our list. We're just not getting the state. But why? We don't... We recreate you, that's fine. If you're set to be deleted, we just skip you. Add you, update. All right, I'm going to need to look at this one some more, but we have hit the 4-hour mark. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up and go get myself some lunch to eat, a late lunch. Thanks to everybody who swung by. I really appreciate you. I take the middle of the week off from streaming, so we'll do this again Friday. I stream for 4 hours, all from Friday to Monday. So love to see you again. And if not, hey, you have a great week anyway, and maybe we'll see you some other time. Thanks again.